Testing 1, 2, 3. Good morning, everybody. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge the land we're meeting on is a traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you're called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will temporarily be upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5 minutes allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from panelist role if you fail to respect that instruction. With respect to receiving a copy of the decision of the committee, people attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal this decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances, the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. I will call each item in the order that's listed on the agenda. When an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you're reaching your 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revision application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we call on speakers in the hearing room and those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their questions. After they've finished their presentation, I should say. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has the opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Okay, before we hear the first item, do we have any minutes from the last meeting to confirm?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are no minutes this morning to be approved.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest of the panel or of staff for items in the morning slot? Nope, no declarations of interest. Okay, thank you. And Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
Mr. Chair, through you, we have 2 deferrals this morning.
Okay. I see item number 3, 35 Blue Ridge
Mr.
Road.
Chair, through you, I need a member motion before we commence.
Oh, yes, thank you for reminding me.
Mr. Chair, I'm looking for a motion, please, from a member that the North York panel of the Committee of Adjustment does not excuse any member absences from the February 1st, 2024 Committee of Adjustment meeting.
I'll move, Chair.
Do we have a second for the motion? Great. Second by Ms. Casson. The motion carries.
All in favor? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great.
We'll move with the first deferral. This morning, it's item number 3, 35 Blue Ridge.
Great. Do we have the applicant here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the applicant is not present. However, they've submitted correspondence suggesting that they wish to defer.
Okay, very good. Just give us a moment here. Okay. We have a reason for deferral. Let me pull up that. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so just go back up. The applicant is wishing to seek a deferral in order to revise plans and obtain an updated zoning notice. I don't have any issue with this, so I'd like to make a motion to defer the application if there's no objections from my fellow committee members. No? Do I have a second for that motion?
Yes,
Second?
I'll second that.
Yeah. Second by Mr. Fazeli. Okay, all in favor? Okay, the item is deferred.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have a second deferral request this morning.
Okay.
Item number 9, 719 Woburn.
Okay, thank you. We have the applicant here.
Yep. Mr. Chair, I believe it's Mr. Bankowski.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. If you could just state your name and address for us.
Yes, Jonathan Mitskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Good morning. And I believe you're requesting a deferral on this application?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the purpose of the application on the public notice is to construct a new one-story dwelling. This is in fact a two-story dwelling, and I just don't believe under 45-1811 that correct notice was given. I don't think this is something we should be revising at the hearing when it is a two-story dwelling, not a one-story dwelling, as the public notice identified, Mr. Chair.
I would agree. I did notice that in my review of the file, so I thank you for calling that to our attention. I do believe a deferral would be good, particularly for the purposes of recirculating the notice and getting that correction made. Do we have some other speakers here for that item?
Weiss, I live at the property next door to 719 Woburn. Do you want to hear from me?
Yes, your address, please.
It's 717 Woburn Avenue, immediately to the east of the property in question.
Okay. Do you have any concern with the deferral at this time?
No, as long as, I put in a formal submission of objection to, that has been, received by the committee. As
Yes.
long as we have an opportunity, down the road to have our day to kind of discuss the reasons why we have issues with the application, I have no problem with the deferral.
Okay, well, a deferral would present an opportunity for that dialogue to continue. So I hope that you'll be able to continue those discussions with the applicant. Do we have anyone else?
Now, I do know that one of my other neighbors on Bedford Park has had correspondence with the owners in question. So maybe you want to hear from him, Jamie Bussin. I don't know if he's on or not.
Yes, I would like to hear from anybody that's registered to speak today before we go into committee to address the request for deferral. Do we have another speaker?
Hello, hi, this is Jamie Bussin,
Your address?
636 Bedford Park Avenue.
Okay, thank you. Would you be able to, if you'd like, you can speak at this time to the request for deferral?
Yeah, I would like to speak to the deferral. I see that it really is, it's an issue of the notification, but I would ask, there's a lot of materials that have been filed to date. And I would ask, I don't know whether you can put a term on the request for deferral, but I would like the record to stand. In other words, I think it would be fair if the applicant / owner is not permitted to file any more materials, because there's already been 2 sets of filings. And I'm concerned like the record is getting a little bit unwieldy.
I can't prevent anybody from submitting support material as long as they're submitting it before the deadline of the hearing. I can't impose that condition, but that right is afforded to both the applicant and any people that wish to write a written response, including yourself. I think if there's also
Well, I've already responded.
right, but if, I might add, if there's also any
guess my-
revisions to the application, then the applicant, I don't want to deprive the applicant of their right to be able to make changes to the application in advance of the hearing. I mean, that really is, I mean, it's part of the deferral, right? That they're back in a window where they can resubmit material, right? And
Respectfully, I don't know that anybody has standing because the application itself is faulty.
well, right now,
If you look at the note,
yeah,
Mr. Chair, we're only addressing the
They don't have-
deferral question at this point. We're not hearing evidence.
I get that, but in order to defer, you actually have to have standing before the committee.
well,
And what I'm suggesting to you is,
I can tell you right now, we have good standing because the notice that was circulated was incorrect. So on that basis alone, I see a pretty reasonable grounds for deferral without getting into the merits of the application.
I'm not suggesting that the hearing go ahead. I was actually the one who pointed out the error on the face of the notice. What I'm suggesting to you is that there are other errors which put into question the entire procedure.
Fair enough. I would encourage you then to reach out in advance of the hearing and identify those errors, and perhaps it's something we may be able to address before the next scheduled hearing. But right now is not the time to call out those. If there's other errors on the notice, now is not the time to identify that.
So I just want to clarify, the only change to the notice going out will be to correct that it is a two-story dwelling. Is that correct? At a new date, I presume?
I can't answer that question. I'm
Who's creating the notice? Is it the city or the?
Well, if the applicant makes changes to the application, the notice is going to change. So I can't answer that question, and it is within the applicant's right to make changes to their application in advance of a hearing. Yeah. So if there's no objection to the deferral, I think we should move on.
Well, I'm voicing my, I don't think the applicant has standing, with all due respect.
Okay, well, I would disagree. So
And I
let's-
suggest that you look at the notice of application and satisfy yourselves that they do, because I think you have,
it's
and I'm not saying this lightly.
I understand your concerns, that the concerns have been noted. And if there are additional concerns, these concerns can be brought up in advance of the next hearing with staff.
I am bringing them up. You're not allowing me to articulate them. I think you don't have jurisdiction to do anything with this file other than dismiss it.
Well, respectfully, sir, I would disagree. Okay, I'm going to move on from this. Do we have anybody else here to speak on this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I believe we have.
I'm okay not adding anything additional.
Good morning. If you could state your name and address for us.
Hi, it's Jennifer Bovaird Taylor, 634 Bedford Park Avenue.
Good morning. If you could speak specifically to the
Good morning.
request for
I'm not sure if anyone
deferral.
else is having issues with microphone, but there's a lot of pushback on everyone's microphone this morning.
We can hear you loud and clear on our end.
Okay, perfect. So I did raise concerns with the application as well.
We're
I have
just
nothing
speaking
else
to
to
the
add for
request
the
for
deferral this
deferral,
morning.
though. So I don't want to get into the merits of the application. We're just here
As
to
I said, I have nothing further to add to the
deferral. Great. You have nothing further to add to the deferral. Is that what I heard?
that is what I stated, correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, do we have anybody else? No? Okay, given that the public notice is, that was circulated appears to be incorrect, not consistent with the application that's before us, I think it's reasonable to,
Maybe we should let the applicant respond.
yes, thank you. Do we have the applicant back?
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Any response to,
What I would,
yep.
Mr. Chair, I don't really want to get into a back and forth with what was said by one of the neighbors, but what I would say is this was submitted with a zoning review, not with a zoning waiver. I think I'll just leave it at that as it relates to any inconsistencies there might be.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I have no concern at this time, frankly, so. Okay, thanks. Okay, let's move this into committee. Any-
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to defer this application, to give applicant the opportunity to fix the zoning notice with no condition.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Marjari. Do I have a second?
I'll second it, Chair.
Okay, second by Mr. Byatt. All in favor? Okay, the motion carries. The item is deferred. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's move on with the first item for today, 30 LAWNVIEW with consent with related minor variances.
Okay. We have the applicant here. Okay, so item number 1, we have a request for consent. This is a request to obtain consent to sever the property into 2 residential lots. And with that
The
consent.
chair and members of the committee.
Good morning, sir. Just give me a moment here. Just to introduce the item number. So item number 1, we've got the consent is requested, and we've got variances with that for lot area, lot frontage, side main wall height, lot coverage, as well as north and south side yard setbacks. On file, I have material from the applicant, memorandums from forestry, transportation and engineering and construction services. I have 2 letters of objection, as well as a late report from community planning. Do we have the applicant, can we get the applicant back with us?
Through you,
Yes,
Mr.
I'm
Chair.
here, Mr. Chair. My name is Sean Tusi.
I just want to note there is a late
My
staff
name is
report.
Sean
If you'd like to see
Tusi.
it, we'll put it up.
Yeah, I did note we have a late staff report, and I've just asked staff to pull that up on our screen. Great. Okay.
Should I go ahead, Mr. Chair?
Sorry, I interrupted you a few times. Could you state your name and address for us?
My name is Sean Tusi. I'm the principal at Mimar Architects, Inc. Starting the presentation, and I'm at 2023 Yonge Street, Unit 503, Toronto, M4P2C9. There are two changes, Mr. Chair, whenever you see fit, I will go through before we start.
Yes,
That would
please.
like to make the applications to make them more favorable. And then since this matter is a more of a severance and in a side of planning is stronger, the merits of from the architecture. I have my colleague, Mr. Andrew Palumbo from Ian Hall Planning, will do all the speakings. But before we do that, I'll just do the changing, and then I'm not sure if staff can unmute Mr. Andrew Palumbo, who is also registered to speak. So we're going to use our 5 minutes for Mr. Palumbo to do the presentation, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
Perfectly fine with me. Thank you for the clarification. If we can just pull up the public notice up, I'm going to ask you to go through the variances one by one and just identify what changes that you'd like to make on the floor.
Absolutely. So there are three applications, as you mentioned. One is the severance, and then two are the variances for each lot. The part one, the first application, I'll read the application number, is A0485/23NY. So A0485 on that one, which is the first one. The variance number three. The variance number three is going to change from the current 8.08. It will change from that to 7.9. We'll change to 7.9. We're making it basically shorter the main wall height to get it much more in line with what is there in the neighborhood. And once that change is registered, that's all change that will happen on the first
Mr. Chair,
application on the part
just to
one.
verify,
And
it's
once that is
north and south?
documented, I can go to the next.
Yeah, just I have a clarifying question for our Deputy Secretary Treasurer that I'd like to address.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to confirm the changes to the north and south.
Can we ask the applicant?
Yes.
Yep.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. North and south, both, yes.
Thank you for that clarification. And just for my understanding, this pertains to the public hearing notice. This is for part one, I believe? Or is this applying to both parts?
That is correct. That is correct, Mr. Chair. The part one, and then part two is also similar change, but the numbers are slightly different. So I will address that separately when you see fit.
Okay.
We can go to part two if that is documented now.
Yes, please.
So the part two, I will read the file just for the record. A like Apple 0486 on A0486. The number three again, which is a similar variances, addressing a similar variances as the part one. Both numbers are going to change from 8.24. It will change from 8.24 to 8.05. It will change to 8.05 meter. Which again, the same purpose, same side, exterior main wall.
Both sides. Yep.
For both of them.
Okay, thank you very much.
So with that said, I'm not sure if the staff were able to track Mr. Palumbo. I can just pass to Mr. Palumbo to just continue the presentation.
Yes, please. And if I can ask staff, we could just get the timer up as well. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can everyone hear me?
Good morning. We can hear you.
Sorry, it's breaking up on my end. I can't. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'll bank on the fact that hopefully you can. First of all, I apologize because I'm having some technical difficulties on my end. I've had to join via telephone as opposed to through my computer because my Wi-Fi is down. So I'll do my best in the absence of technology. So first of all, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Andrew Palumbo of Ian Hall Planning Limited, and my address is 38 Betty Nagle Street in Toronto. And I am the planner on file that prepared the planning justification letter in support of the proposed applications at 30 LAWNVIEW Drive. So I'll try to be brief in my presentation to the committee this morning. The following is a summary of the key issues and points relative to the proposed severance and resulting minor variance applications for the subject site. So firstly, it is important to note that 30 LAWNVIEW is the largest lot on the street in terms of its frontage at 22.31 meters, thereby making it a unique lot and the most appropriate and suitable candidate for severance compared to the other lots on the street. Secondly, and at a very high level, excuse me, while it is understood that substandard lots are being created as a result of the severance, it is very important to consider that the only variances required to implement the proposed severance are as follows. A maximum lot coverage increase of about roughly 2% per lot, 60 centimeter reduction in the minimum north and south side yard setbacks from 1.8 to 1.2 meters, and as Mr. Tusi just described, a 55 centimeter increase in the maximum side exterior main wall height for part 1, and a corresponding 40 centimeter increase for part 2 respectively. So overall, apart from being minor numerically, the resulting built form on each newly proposed substandard lot resulting from a severance is appropriate and in keeping with the existing immediate and broader context of this neighborhood. It's, in my opinion, nothing about the required variances to implement the dwellings that are proposed on the newly created lots represent a proposal that is egregious or insensitive from a negative impact standpoint, and nor is it representative of an overdevelopment. And given that this proposal does not trigger any significant built form variances relative to FSI increase, front or rear setback increase, building length or building depth increase, overall building height increase. I should note that the overall building height is compliant despite that there is a sidewall variance, and there is no variance for landscape open space either, which suggests that the coverage is appropriate. So instead, what will result on the newly created lots are dwellings that will fit harmoniously along the LAWNVIEW streetscape on the west side. And just to provide an example, it was referenced in the planning justification letter. The proposed dwellings will have a similar look and feel from the streetscape that 21 LAWNVIEW Drive currently has, just in terms of its design and its layout, and I should note that this property has a frontage of 12.2 meters, not far off from what's being requested at the subject site. And again, I don't have the computer open in front of me, but Maymar Architects prepared 2 presentations for this hearing. The first presentation number 1, basically examines a bunch of nearby comparable lot frontages. The main premise of that presentation is to identify that it's clear that there are several properties subject to the 15-meter lot frontage requirement of the zoning bylaw. That's important because that's the requirement for LAWNVIEW as well as several others in this neighborhood. But the important point here is that particularly on Estelle Avenue, just one street west of LAWNVIEW, there are substandard lots that are already present in this neighborhood. In addition, as identified in the city planning staff report, in the broader context of this neighborhood, the proposal would not represent the smallest lots being created, as there do exist comparable smaller lots overall, and thus the proposal would fall within that range of mix in lots and lot sizes and dwellings that are found in this neighborhood. And it understood, though, it would be at the lower end of the range, no question. But again, when taking into consideration the resulting dwellings on each lot, the variances required to implement these lots do not result in dwellings that have negative impacts on the surrounding neighborhood. And overall, this proposal better utilizes the lot, given the unique larger frontage than all the other lots on the street, as I already mentioned, and ultimately provides a modest intensification that provides more housing as required and envisioned by the Bill 23 legislation. As this, again, there are no specific policies about severances per se in the legislation, but severances achieve the gentle density and intensification that's envisioned to happen and occur within the existing built-up areas of the city and neighborhoods. Lastly, when looking at presentation number 2, there's a second presentation that was submitted. There's also a clear presence of comparable precedent approvals for the variances in comparison to the variances being requested for this proposal. So with respect to exterior side and main wall height, there are other approved heights taller than what's being proposed at the subject site that have been approved in this neighborhood. For lot coverage increase, 2% seems to be a standard approved requested increase in this overhaul neighborhood. There are several other examples. And side yard setback reduction from 1.8 to 1.2 meters. This is an important observation because although the city planning staff report noted this variance as being inappropriate, there are several nearby approvals that do suggest that a reduction to 1.2 meter side yard is appropriate, especially in light of the 15-meter lot frontage requirement for dwellings, which still allows for, in my opinion, sufficient building separation as well as maintenance access to backyard and amenity space.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up soon.
For the reasons outlined. Yep, I am wrapping up, Mr. Chair. Yep, for the reasons outlined in my presentation just now to the committee this morning, it is my opinion that the proposed severance and resulting variances meet the 4 tests for a minor variance, that represent good planning, and should be approved by this committee. And I thank you very much for your time, and looking forward to any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. Do you have any questions at this time? Okay. You have any other speakers on this item?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it doesn't appear we have any more speakers at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have any questions?
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to ask a question of Secretary Treasurer with regard to the staff report that came in the supplementary package. The requested consent to sever fails to satisfy the consent criteria. I wonder if you could just elaborate on that for me, because I'm not quite sure. Are they looking, is that a reference to the consent that we, as the panel, would be approving or not approving, or is it something else that I'm missing?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm unsure of your question.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, can you repeat your question again?
Yes, sure thing. Just the recommendation from staff, from community planning staff, the recommendation is that staff recommends that the application be refused on the basis that the consent to sever fails to satisfy the consent criteria. Is the criteria?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to help. If you note on the staff report on page 4, it outlines the consent criteria under 5124.
Sorry, just repeat that where it's located.
Yep, no problem. Maybe we can pull it up. Would it help if we pull the staff report up?
Okay, yeah, if we can pull that staff report up, that'd be helpful.
It's on page 4 at the top. The staff report speaks to the consent criteria in the Planning Act.
Is that the second paragraph you referencing? The requested consent is subject to, et cetera, whether the plan conforms to the official plan and adjacent plans of subdivision, if any.
So the related minor variances, through you, Mr. Chair, are requesting relief from the lot area and lot frontage.
Yeah, I mean, I had a similar question. Maybe it would help to provide some clarification to my colleague. So I have some questions with respect to prevailing lot size and configuration, as mentioned in the staff report. I understand there's a number of precedent that's been given in the broader neighborhood, but looking at the street itself, it seems like there's a pretty clear, configuration of the block, and I want to give the applicant an opportunity to speak to that. From a planning standpoint, and he may understand that when I use the words immediate context, something, if he could speak to that versus perhaps a broader context, just to understand how the application is addressing those comments that were brought up in the staff report, it would be helpful.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Secretary Treasurer. I think when we're in committee, I'd like to perhaps address this particular comment.
Did that answer your question?
And I thank you for directing me to the appropriate panel because it's informative. But as I said, I think I'd like to add some comments when we're in committee.
Can I ask I want to give the applicant an opportunity to address the comments in the staff report, specifically the comments that I made, the question that I had concerning the lot configuration on this street specifically. Can we get, is it Mr. Palumbo?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Palumbo is still unmuted, so he can answer at any time.
Okay. Mr. Palumbo, the floor is yours if you'd...
Sorry, I apologize. I apologize. Because I'm on my cell phone. That was very crackly. I didn't really get the gist of the question. If you please,
no
is this
problem.
a question for me? I got bits and pieces of it. Could you please?
No problem. No problem. Let me rephrase my question. Staff brought up some concern in their report with respect to the lot configuration on the with respect to the immediate context, specifically the street itself. As I'm hoping that you might be able to speak specifically to that. I understand that you've given a lot of examples, but I don't see anything on this specific street. I'm seeing examples on other streets in the neighborhood.
Oh, that's fair enough. I understand. I think if I understand the question, you're asking about basically the fact that these would be substandard lots when measured against all the remaining lots on Lawnview. Is that basically the question?
Yeah, I mean, to phrase it a little easier, is it correct to say that Lawnview has a different lot configuration from other streets? More specifically, is it fair to say that this street in particular has larger lots than other streets? It's a bit of a different nature from a planning standpoint, is it not?
No, I don't. Oh no, understood. No, 100%. Understood. Understood. I understand the concept here. Like the Lawnview does have a few of the wider frontage. Again, the lot in question has the widest lot on the street. The remaining lots on the street are larger than others found in the neighborhood. There are there are two examples of lots that are substandard on Lawnview, but there's only two that referenced in the planning staff report. One of them being 21 Lawnview. Again, the main angle of the premise of my opinion and the comments that I've made before the committee are that when you take into consideration Bill 23 legislation that calls for gentle density, and you look at what happens, again, understanding that these are larger lots, generally speaking, found in this neighborhood. But in this case, they still maintain a rectangular configuration, I'll say that much, but obviously they become substandard in terms of their frontage and their area. But when you look at the variances that result from cutting up the lot into two pieces, at that point, when you measure those impacts and the impacts of basically placing two dwellings where there currently only exists one, it is one of those situations where it doesn't trigger any egregious or inappropriate variances. And on that basis, in my opinion, it seems to be a better utilization of the land, and also will serve to blend in with the streetscape in the sense that because of that, on that basis, that the variances needed to implement these are not representative of overdevelopment of the lots. If they were, if that, it has the advantage that 30 Lawnview has is that it is a wider frontage. So it's not just to say, oh, this could happen and destabilize the rest of the neighborhood or this street particularly, because if that's the case, again, with lots that are not as wide as in terms of the frontage, a similar proposal may trigger other variances or may not appear as this would from the streetscape in other cases on this street. So that's the important measure for me, is that when you look at the impact of the proposal, like if you consider the severance and then the impacts of what results on the ground, that is what makes this appropriate, because it's not insensitive, it's not egregious. What results on the ground as a result of a severance only triggers, in my opinion, both numerically and from a built form impact standpoint, variances that are very minor in nature in order to allow for two dwellings to exist as opposed to one, which again, just in my opinion, is a better utilization of land and addresses Bill 23. And also one thing just to add as well, given the recent approval of the multiplex bylaw, this basically also allows the as of right unit count to basically double from 4 if there's only one dwelling to 8 if that's ever so desired. Again, this is what the city is striving to achieve. This is what the province is trying to achieve. Again, this is obviously on a much smaller scale, but in general, this addresses the intent of what Bill 23 was meant to achieve. Like I said, I fully understand the situation here, but this is why for this particular lot, it seems to be a bit more of a unique situation and a bit more different planning merits that would apply if the severance were completed here when measured against any other lot on the street. And that's my general premise and position as to why, as to how to evaluate and examine a severance in this particular case, because the resulting variances are very minor just to implement two brand new dwellings.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Before we head into committee, do we have any other questions? No? Okay. We have no other questions. I thank the applicant for the presentation. Let's move into committee for a brief discussion on this.
If I may, Chair, perhaps begin the process.
Of course.
And I thank Secretary Treasurer for directing me to the piece.
Be sure to speak into your mic if you, just so everybody can hear.
I think one of the challenges that we seem to be facing, perhaps outside of the core part of the city, is that we do have these very large suburban lots. And the notion of severance of lots, it becomes a bit of a challenge and a crow in many people's sides. And, I personally do not see an issue, because one of the important things that one has to recognize, I think, for the City of Toronto and beyond, is that change is the only constant. Severing these large lots into smaller lots, 2 in this particular case, is not unusual. And as the applicant quite aptly indicated, it's better to have 2 homes on a lot than just the one more efficient use of land. And the city's, the City of Toronto's policies now are directed towards increasing density. In the City of Toronto, the densities are much greater, but it's now beginning to be seen in Scarborough, North York, Etobicoke, and so on. So from my personal perspective, I do not see these lot sizes to be problematic. And so, this, from my perspective, just the severance, I think would be quite an acceptable piece. Mm-hmm. Change is happening. And I think that's one of the facts we have to recognize, that density is going to arrive.
But part of the issue part of the concern I should say that I had is this, there's a pretty distinct difference between Lawnview and some of the other streets in the area. And a lot of the precedent that was brought up with smaller lot sizes, they're lots on other streets. So I do recognize that there are, within neighborhoods, there are specific streets that may be afforded. They just happen to have a set of larger homes. Usually they're dead-end streets, or there's something, specific about them that may perhaps make them a little bit more desirable. But I think it's important to at least, recognize the block pattern here is a little bit different from what I'm seeing in the broader neighborhood. So I I'm reading, planning, their recommendations, with some consideration in that respect. If we put the consent aside and we look at the variances, for more or less, I would say yes, the variances are consistent with what I'm seeing built on other streets in the area. I had a concern with respect to the height, was actually the one variance that I had some concern with, but I see the applicant has been, without even me mentioning anything, has, come to us and agreed to lower the height. So they've addressed that concern they have addressed that concern with respect to the variances, but I'm still a little concerned with respect to the consent for the lot width. I know the applicants, the severance, yeah. I know the applicant said they can build up to 8 units, right? And that's assuming that they're provided the grant for consent to be able to build a 4-plex on each lot. So right now, I would disagree. It's not 8 units. They can build 4 units as of right on the property. 50 meters, I believe, was the as of right in the neighborhood. I think the applicant used that number. 11, it's 15. 15, yeah, 15 is the requirement, I should say. 11 is it's a pretty big jump. 4 meters is a pretty substantial difference. And my concern is if I look at what's actually going to be built on the street, I don't see any other house on this block on LAWNVIEW. I think this would clearly stand out as the kind of unicorn on the street. I think all the other houses are of a different, frankly, the character, the look, the feel is very different. And then frankly, that's just because they're let's call it full-size lots compared to a severed half-size lot, which renders a different building in a way, right? You're trying to pack in space, you end up with a different building, a building that is common in the broader neighborhood, but not something that I see on the specific street. So those are kind of my sort of thoughts on the.
If I may just add.
Of course, yeah.
I think part of the challenge is that we often hear that the character of the neighborhood will change.
Yeah.
I always argue that the character of the neighborhood as it stands today was not the character 50 years ago. So the character constantly changes. This particular street and other streets like it, the characters will change. And I know neighbors, for example, or landowners and property owners will always argue that I don't want the character to change.
Mm-hmm.
But the character constantly changes. And if you bought a house in that lot at any particular point in time, you're part of the change. Because these properties, I remember 50 years ago, North York was a very different place to what it is today. Change has happened. We have a tremendous pressure for housing in the city as a whole. And I think this is part of the change process. The specific variances with regard to the structures that are intended to be built or hope to be built, that's a separate piece. The first piece is the severance. And I think that's the piece that I would argue, I think is quite reasonable. 11 meters is pretty substantial. It may not be 15, but that's what increased density calls for. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, no, for sure. I value your comments.
Yes, I have a comment. Maya, I'm thinking about the comments like that it was shared with in a staff report, and the colleague that mentioned that the changes are happening. At the same time, in my opinion, that yes, the changes are happening. At the same time, I think the changes has to be gradual. In terms of the variances or for the consent for severance that we are seeing, the staff report had been mentioned, and I think my priority here is to look if it is within the same neighborhood, immediate or broader. And what I'm thinking here, the requests that are mentioned there, they could be the argument that I see the applicant mentioning. I've read I've listened and read on the document, but the comparison is more towards the broader locations, whereas in immediate, if you look at it, I think it wouldn't be in the characteristic of that same neighborhood in immediate, like houses in the same block, let's say. So with that being said, I think the changes that they are proposing here are not going to be actually within consistency of the neighborhood that they are immediate. So for me, it's more about immediate and broader.
You have any other comments? Ms. Casson?
Mr. Chair, I think that staff have highlighted the portions of the official plan that they feel that this application doesn't comply with. And again, we get back to the prevailing size and configuration of the lots. And by allowing a consent here, you're creating substandard lots, and two of the variances are lot size and lot frontage. And I think that does affect the physical character of the street. I believe that this street is a bit unique, and that the comparisons are outside the area, and a lot size like this would set the precedent for consistent future lot severances, I believe. And I think that staff make a good point that it's not meeting those tests from the official plan. Whether that changes in the future is yet to be seen, but for now, the immediate context is 15-meter lots or larger, and larger lot areas from what is being proposed. And I believe that if the consent fails, then the minor variances fail, in my opinion.
It sounds like we might have a motion on. I haven't heard from one of our our members.
I think I agree with the staff report. I actually think the lot size is not within the characteristics of the neighborhood, and I'm supporting my other colleagues that the development is not appropriate for this neighborhood, for this specific street, as I may say.
Okay. Do we have maybe it sounds like we might be ready for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I would like to move a motion to refuse the consent because it fails to satisfy the consent criteria listed in section 5124 of the Planning Act, and to refuse the application for minor variances as they fail to satisfy each of the four tests under section 45(1) of the Planning Act.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Second by Ms. Casson. All in favor? Okay, we've got 4
Opposed?
yeas and opposed. Yes, opposed by Mr. Byatt. Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to item number 2. 188 Kingsdale Avenue. The application is to construct a new 3-story fourplex. Just give me a moment here. Get my screen. Okay, before us I have variances for front porch height, side main wall height, first floor height, front yard setback, and lot coverage. On file, I have a late email from planning, which is a correction to the recommendation for an amended side main wall height. I'll also note I missed one variance. There's also a variance for a parking space on there. Do we have the applicant here with us?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Nafi Sezangiabadi, 30 Apple Orchard Path, Thornhill. I'm the applicant representing the owners.
Good morning. And sorry, your address?
30 Apple Orchard Path, Thornhill, L3T3B6.
Okay.
So I just want to go over the changes that staff recommended. So just to confirm, variance number 2 for main wall height to be reduced to 7.95 meters. And then variance number 6 for the parking space to be removed. We don't require variance for the parking, and transportation has confirmed that in the email that you have on the file.
Okay, so amended variance number 2, and we're taking out variance number 6. We're going to remove that.
6. Yes, correct.
Okay, if we get the timer up, I'd like to hear a brief presentation from you.
Sure. So this is an application to construct the new multiplex dwelling. Considering the changes that we made, we are only asking for 5 variances. Out of these 5, 2 are very nominal. Variance number 1 and 3 for the finished first floor height, we're just 4 inches above permitted. And the variance number 4 for the front yard setback is also more of a technical variance because it's a corner lot and the dimension is taken from the curb side of the lot line. Whereas almost 80% of the front yard setback complies with the required side yard setback. Then we only have the variance for main wall height and coverage. Both are within the previous approved decisions of the neighborhood in keeping with what's in the neighborhood. No length variance, no depth, no side yard setback, no rear yard setback. Staff is in support of the application, subject to the change that we made. Transportation is in support. Forestry has no concern, and we had no objection from our neighbors. So I believe this application is minor in nature, and I'd like to ask for approval of this application.
Okay, thank you very much. We have any questions? No questions? Okay. I believe you have another speaker.
Mr. Chair, I believe we have Mary Wong to speak. They've been unmuted.
Thank you. Ms. Wong, are you with us? Did we lose her?
They are no longer present, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Give me a moment. Did we lose him through technical? Yeah. Okay. All right. I think we're gonna have to move on. So I'll ask again. We have any questions on this?
Mr. Chair, if you'd like, I can try and contact this person by phone.
Yeah, I'm on the fence whether to stand down this item for a moment, just so we can see if we can get a hold of the neighbor. Okay. Can we, from a procedural standpoint, can we stand down this item, even though we've started? Yeah. Okay. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll resume at 11:05. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, when you're ready, we can resume. I have Ms. Wong on the phone if you'd like. Oh, hold on. Oh, sorry.
Are we ready? No, just let us know when you are. Just to let everybody know, we're having a few technical difficulties. We'll be right back. Okay, looks like we're good to go. So we're coming back to item number 2, 188 Kingsdale Avenue. We've heard from the applicant. We're now, I'd like to now hear from the neighbor if we have her on the line, Ms. Wong.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have Ms. Wong on my cell phone. I'm just going to put her up on the speaker.
Thank you very much. Ms. Wong, if you can just state your address for us.
Mary, are you there?
Good morning.
This is Mary Wong calling. I am talking relating to the Kingsdale 188 Kingsdale Avenue rent or rebuild. Okay, my little concern is this, that I would like to express that in our neighborhood it's all single dwellings, and I think that property is too congested to build a fourplex. So I am concerned that it's inappropriate and they surpass all the permitted proposal bylaws, and it may be too congested for that neighborhood. And because it's supposed to be single dwellings in our neighborhood, and I don't want it to affect the house value for the whole area in North York. Okay, that's about what I'm trying to say.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You have any questions at this time? Okay, if there's no questions and we don't have any other speakers, I'd like to go back to the applicant. If that,
Mr. Chair, I have a
yeah,
question.
just a moment. We've got a question from Mr. Marziari.
Yeah, I have a question from the applicant in regard with variance number 2. I am looking at the staff report, and it's noted that the applicant agreed to lower the height by to 7.82, whereas the applicant mentioned 7.95. Just want the applicant to clarify that. I know the staff noted that they recommend to lower the height, the wall height to 8 meter.
I believe there was a correction made by staff, but I will let the applicant answer that. I believe it was a mistake made in the staff report, and it was since corrected to reflect 7.95.
Thank you for.
But I will, I would like the applicant to be able to answer that
Through you,
question
Mr. Chair, that correspondence is up on the screen, the correction.
Yeah, we pulled the correspondence for clarification up.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, but I also would like to give the applicant a chance to respond to the neighbor if there are no
Yes.
other questions.
So first, okay, first confirming the main wall height to be 7.95. It was a typo in the staff report. So the main wall height that we're requesting is 7.95, and staff is okay with that. As to the response to our neighbor, we don't have any variance for the use of the building. As you all are aware, City of Toronto is encouraging the build of the multiplex units, and we just to provide more units for on a lot. And we did that in the best possible way to avoid a huge massing. As I mentioned, we are within the bylaw requirements in terms of overall footprint of the building because we have no length or depth or setback variance. We're asking only for a little bit increase in the coverage and main wall height to be in keeping with the neighborhood. So what we're proposing, even though it's a multiplex and it's not a variance for the use, it's not going to be a huge development on the lot. It's a corner lot. We have access from both sides. Even though we didn't require parking space, we provided 2 on the lot and 1 on the driveway. So I believe this is an appropriate development for the neighborhood, considering that we kept the footprint within the permitted footprint of the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Are there any other questions at this time? Okay, if there are no other questions, I think all of our speakers, we're going to move into committee now for a brief discussion.
Just a quick question, Chair. Did the applicant agree to the modification of variance number 2 as per?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes.
And 7.95 meters is
Yes.
is what the staff are recommended, and the applicant has agreed to make that modification on the floor. We've also, just to clarify, the applicant also is going to be removing variance number 6.
6, thank you.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion if there are no other comments.
I don't think there are.
I'd like to move a motion for approval, subject to the condition in the staff report, the modification to variance number 2 from 8.3, proposed wall height from 8.31 meters to 7.95 meters, and the removal of variance 6. I think that this application the proposed variances are minor. I think it meets the intent of the official plan, supports provincial policy for fourplexes, and the City of Toronto has included that as well. And I believe that it's good for the surrounding area, increases housing stock in the area.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
Yes, I second that, Mr. Chair.
Second by Mr. Marziari. Okay, all in favor?
Just a correction, Mr. Fazeli, for the record.
I think we both.
Is it? Oh, you did? Okay.
Okay.
No worries, sorry.
Doesn't matter.
I can have you. You want to be the seconder? No. Okay.
No, I didn't realize actually Mr. Mazziari seconded. Sorry about that.
Okay. All in favor? Okay, motion is approved unanimously. Thank you very much. We're moving on now
Thank
to
you.
item, thank you. Moving on to item number 3, 35 Blue Ridge Road. The purpose of the application is to construct a 2-story rear addition, deck, and basement walkout.
Mr. Chair, that was deferred earlier this morning.
Oh, thank you. Yes, it was. Moving from item number 3, which was deferred. Thank you for pointing that out. We're on to item number 4, 175 Ellerslie Avenue. Purpose of the application is to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling, including a mezzanine with rear deck and lower patio. Before us, I have variances for porch and roof setback, as well as building depth, the number of stories, east side yard setback for the rear deck and canopy, as well as east and west side yard building setbacks. On file, I have memorandum from Urban Forestry, as well as a staff report from Community Planning and letters of support. I believe we have one speaker on this, the agent, Mr. England.
Mr. Chair, we have the speaker in the chambers today with us.
Oh, wonderful. Welcome. You can state your name and address for us.
Good morning, Craig England, 5.5 Luttrell Avenue, Toronto, Ontario, M4C 5E2 of Passive House 43 Architecture Limited.
Okay. Now, before I should say I've reviewed the file. I don't have any specific concerns with this particular application. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they would benefit from a presentation on this, or nope. I'm seeing head shake. So I mean, the time is yours, but just so you know, we don't have any concerns. There may be some questions, but with that in mind, the floor is yours.
I'm happy to answer any questions and let the process move on.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Do we have any questions for this applicant? There are no questions. Okay, if it's all right, I'd like to move into committee.
Chair, if nobody else is ready to move a motion, I certainly would be.
Okay.
So I'd like to move a motion to approve. I believe there are only 2 sets of conditions. One is a planning condition and forestry 1 and 2. I don't believe there are any other considerations. Most of the variances requested are minor in nature.
Yep.
Yes, I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we have a formal motion on the floor.
It's been seconded, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, it has been seconded. Okay, all in. And sorry, I must have missed. You have a motion for approval, and I heard subject to recommendations from.
There are 2 conditions.
Yes.
It's basically planning condition.
Yep.
And forestry 1 and 2.
Yes, I see that. And we have a seconder. All in favor? Okay. The motion is approved. Variances are approved. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to item number 5, 388 Spadina Road. No, I'm sorry, 450 Glengrove Avenue. I was reading the applicant's address there. 450 Glengrove Avenue. Thank you, Ms. Casson. Variances before us. The purpose of the application is to construct a new detached dwelling. We've got variances for the number of stories, building height, side exterior main wall height, first floor height, exterior stair width, 2 variances for exterior platform size, and a variance for an architectural feature. On file, I have planning staff report, as well as letters of support. We have the applicant here. or with us on the line?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Rose.
Yes. Good morning. Do you want a presentation?
Going to look to my fellow members here.
Mr. Chair, I don't need a presentation, but I do have two questions for the applicant. The exterior main wall height, the request is for 9.6 meters where 7.5 is permitted. Perhaps Mr. Rose could point that out or explain that, the purpose of that variance. And also, I had a bit of trouble determining the location of all the platforms on the house. So maybe just the elevation drawings up, and we can, Mr. Rose, if you could explain those two things.
Yeah, and my question actually is very similar to yours concerning the height. But more specifically, I was curious, Mr. Rose is pretty good at providing adjacencies and heights, I find, in a lot of his presentations. So I'm actually curious if he can speak specifically to the properties directly adjacent. I'm curious to see how the main wall height stacks up against those on either side, because they're relatively newer dwellings on each side of the property. So let's turn it over to Mr. Rose.
Sorry, yeah, so Lauren Rose, I'm the architect, 388 Spadina Road. So a couple of things. We have full neighbor support, planning support. It's very important that this house be barrier-free. So it's one of the reasons why it's considered a 3-story house, as opposed to another change in the bylaw where they now make obviously the floor closest to established grade is considered the first floor, which is the basement in this case, which is the reason for many of the variances here. So that's why the platforms, which are really on the ground floor, are on the second floor. They would not require variances if they first floor, which is the floor where the main living area is, was considered the first floor, not the second floor. In terms of height, so there was a snafu through my emails. I sent an image to City about 2 weeks ago with a comparison of the house next door, which I happen to be the architect for. I found out today that it didn't arrive. I sent it. I don't know if staff is allowed to put it up, but all the houses on either side, very much in the area, are in fact garage with the first floor above. So this is how many of the new houses are on the street. You'll see that the house, if we can get that image, I don't know if staff is allowed to put it up or not.
Mr. Chair, through you, we cannot. If it was not submitted beforehand and we have any record of it, we cannot put it up at this point.
Yeah, could you identify the address? I presume it's 452 that you're speaking of with respect to your previous project?
It's actually, it would be 448.
Ah, 448, okay. So more traditional looking.
So the house to the west is a modern house, very similar.
Yeah.
The house to the east is a Tudor style house, much taller than this house. There is no variance for height, but there's a height of main walls. Now, I still don't understand why it's at 10.01 when my drawing shows 9.6, but there's been a bunch of things on this application that I didn't agree with the zoning examiner with. So I guess the important thing is that the house has to be barrier-free. It is modern. It does not have a sloped roof. And on most modern houses, we are going to have a variance for height of main walls. Fact is, we've done a lot of supporting the neighborhood, and everyone supports the application. Does that
Yeah, I mean, just
answer
curious,
your question?
just as a point of reference, because I'm asking because it's your project, your previous project. But I mean, where would that? You said, I mean, let's say we're at 9.6 was put out there, 9.6 meters. Where does that fall in adjacent to the other building? Because I understand the building typology is slightly different, so you're not going to get the variance for side main wall height. But you're
Right.
going to get a
It's
pitched, a much higher pitched roof. But I'm just curious how that lines up in relationship to that front main wall.
I would say the top of the parapet. Sorry, somebody talking?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
The top of the parapet is about, well, from the front roof, it's about 2/3 up. So there's a third more roof on the house to the east. Now that's, yeah.
Do you know the building height, the ridge by any chance? I'm
Well, but
sorry
the
to put
bylaw
you
was
on the
different.
spot.
Yeah, the bylaw was different then.
Mhm.
So at that time, the height was measured to the midpoint of the roof from the center line of the road.
Yep.
So the house to the east is certainly taller than our proposed house, and it fits nicely. There's a gradation down. There's a little bit of hill on the street. I was not the architect of the house to the west, so I cannot say how high it was. But with modern houses, you're going to have height of main wall heights.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Have any other questions?
Again, there's no opposition from any or planning.
If I may, just a couple of questions with regards to, bear with me, variances 6 and 7. You've got pretty substantial platforms being requested. And I think I've seen them on the drawings. The plan, it looks like a fairly substantial platforms, front and back. But my concern would be not so much the size as much as do you have overlook, and if that's the case, would privacy screens be an appropriate item to add? You'd be in a better position to tell if privacy may be an issue or become an issue.
Sure. Can staff put up the floor plans, please? So as I mentioned, the basement here is considered the first floor. So while that's the basement, go up one more. So that is our ground floor plan. The city considers that our second floor plan. If it were our actual ground floor plan, there would be no variance for either the front yard or the rear yard deck. It's only about semantics. So if you look at the rear elevation, if you go to the rear, there is a privacy screen on you'll see the grade. No, that's the front. Go to the rear. So you'll see the grade is high that's the west side, on the left side of the image. And there is a privacy screen there right now. There's trees and a big fence. I don't think there's any issue with overlook. It could be an option if the neighbors wanted it. We could do it, but if it's a condition, we have to do it. And sometimes neighbors don't want privacy screens. And both neighbors have signed not objecting.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Okay. If we don't have any other questions, we maybe have a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I don't have any concern with this application. I would like to make a motion to approve this application subject to the planning staff report and urban forestry memo.
Okay. We need a moment. Okay. We've got a motion for Mr. Marziari. Do we have a seconder for that? Okay, seconded by Mr. Byatt. All in favor? Unanimous. The motion carries. Application is approved.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 6, 22 Mann Avenue. Purpose of the application is to permit a parking pad in the front yard of the subject property. Requires variance for front yard landscaping. On file, hello, just a moment. On file, I've got 2 memorandums from Forestry as well as one from Metrolinx. And I have, looks like we have 1 speaker on this item. Do we have the applicant with us? We just heard.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Faranaik Bahotaran from 118 West Beaver Creek Road, and I'm here on behalf of the owner for 22 Mann Avenue. As you mentioned, the only variance is regarding the maximum, the minimum percentage of the front yard landscaping. But I need to mention that we sent a revised drawing to the committee in December 11. But I haven't seen the revised drawing in the committee documents, and the plans is our initial drawings, not the revised one. But the both for the boat application, for the boat drawing, the only variance is front yard landscaping.
Can staff pull up what we believe might be the right document? I just want to make sure we're all referring to the correct drawing.
Yes, this plan is the one that we sent it at first, but we sent a revised drawing in December 11. And there are some minor changes in a parking space, parking pad in front yard. And the percentage of the landscape is different.
Well, I will say if we have another drawing, I'm not comfortable introducing that to the file at this time.
Sorry?
But if there is a drawing and it has not been submitted in advance, I'm not comfortable bringing that into evidence right now. But I will say if the changes, if there's a possibility of working off of the site plan, revision number 3 dated October 23, 2023, if there are changes and the changes are minor, is that something you might be able to take us through on that specific drawing? Perhaps you can identify what the amendments are?
Sorry, the changes is regarding the location of parking pad, because we applied for the office street parking space and they asked us to have the entrance of the parking pad, the parking space from the existing driveway. That's why we changed the location of parking pad.
Mr. Chair, through you, there is 1 variance before the committee.
Yeah.
And it deals with landscaping. If the applicant would like to modify that, that is her right to do so.
Yeah, frankly, I can't speak for my other members, but I'm not necessarily concerned with the location of the pad, rather the variance itself that's before us with respect to the soft yard landscaping. So perhaps we can start by just identifying what the change is to that variance. If there is a change, would you be able to identify what the reduction or what reduction is on that variance?
Yes, it was in reduction of the front yard landscaping. In this application is 62%.
Yep.
But in revised application is 48% instead of 75%.
So you're
in our
actually
first
providing
application?
less soft yard landscaping. So the variance has actually become
Exactly.
Okay, if that's the case, we can't.
Exactly.
The notice has to be. It appears that the notice would have to be updated and recirculated. So what you might be looking for is a deferral request.
Okay, but the reason that we changed it is just because we wanted to have the entrance of the parking bank from the existing driveway.
Right, but
not another curb cut in a street.
You've indicated to me that you are proposing to provide a number that is less than 62%, which is what on the notice. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
in that case,
Yes.
the
Yes. It's
notice
4
has
to
to be
8.
circulated. If you were improving the variance, it's one thing, but if the variance is actually going in the other direction, the notice has to be recirculated. Do you understand?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yes.
I would recommend a request to deferral, and maybe, yeah, maybe talk with staff, to, you know, you're gonna come back, you know, let's get a proper update on this, and let's ensure that that drawing, that was submitted with the revisions and the revised numbers are submitted such that we can, hear it at a future date.
Okay, but we submitted in December 11, but I really don't know what happened that we cannot see the revised drawing here.
Mr.
Can we
Chair,
have, if we
through
submit
you,
it right now?
through you, Mr. Chair, the fact she wants to make the variance worse can't be accepted at this point. So new notice would have to be set out again.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I would also recommend when a notice is circulated, please look at the notice and ensure that
Mhm.
what you're ensure that there's consistency between what you're asking for and what's actually being circulated to the public. So,
Mhm.
I would be willing to put a motion forward to defer the application, but I just want to make sure that we're in line here.
Okay.
But I can't authorize a variance that hasn't been circulated to the public. You've increased the variance, so it has to be recirculated, and we would have to hear this at another date.
I understand.
If I may, Mr. Chair? Yeah. Prior to moving into committee, we do have one member of the public that registered late that wishes to speak to this application.
No, yeah, I would, let's have the applicant answer, with respect to my suggestion for deferral first. Once we hear from the applicant, I'd like to hear from the, other person that registered to speak.
I'm sorry, your voice is on and off. Would you please repeat what did you say? I'm sorry. I didn't hear you clearly.
Of course. So I've put forth a suggestion of, deferral, but I want to check with you to make sure that we're in line.
I'm sorry, the voice is on and off.
Can you ensure that
Sorry.
everybody has, that's okay. Doesn't appear we have any other mics. Can you hear me okay right now? Hello?
Yes,
Can you hear me okay right now?
I cannot hear you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't have your voice.
Mr. Chair, I believe it's their connection. We just viewed this on YouTube, and the voice and the audio on YouTube is working, so I believe it's on their end.
Okay. Is there a recommendation perhaps? Let's do this. Is there an alternative means that they can contact us or call in?
Okay, now I have your voice. Sorry, would
Okay.
you please repeat it?
Okay, so I'm suggesting, I just want to clarify, if we hear the application and the most approval that we can authorize today is what's been circulated on the public notice, which is only 62%. So I'm suggesting I put forth a motion for deferral, but I would like to check with you first.
Okay, you're gonna defer the application?
I'm asking if that's something that that would be of interest to you.
I'm sorry, I don't know why the voice is on and off.
It's okay. It's just
It's a disaster.
Do you have any objection to deferral?
No, it's okay. If you like to defer it, I don't have any.
I
don't have any choice.
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, neither do we. My hands are tied. I have to work off the public notice. So, can we have another speaker I'd like to hear from? If we can have them on the line and state their name as well as their address.
Hi, my name is Tatiana Kuleska. I live in the house of 20 Mann Avenue. I just wanted to point out that our front lawns are connected with between 20 and 22. And since the parking pad is going to be, something has to happen there for the digging, does the committee look at the landscape being disturbed? And how is that going to impact the adjacent dwelling?
Okay. We do take those matters into consideration. I know it's a short answer, but yes, we do review that. We do reveal all the information on file and obviously take into consideration adjacencies, particularly with respect to properties that are next door.
Okay.
Do you have
Thank
any
you.
other questions or comments? And I should ask, I would like to put a motion for deferral. Do you have any objection to that at this time?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers?
And I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions? No. If there's no other questions, given that the variance has changed, I would like to put a motion for deferral such that we give the applicant a chance to make the necessary revisions and have the public hearing notice recirculated for a later date.
Mr. Chair, I second that, and I just want to make a comment for the applicant that please, recommendation is just, once you provide the proper notice, it's a very good idea to work with the forestry in this matter. That's my comment.
Okay, so I have a seconder. All in favor? Okay, the motion carries. The application is deferred. Okay, moving on to item number 7. 49 McAllister Road, and we have variances for driveway width, building length and depth, as well as building height and lot coverage. On file, I have arborist report, as well as a memorandum from transportation, letter of support from 42 Rayner Road, and letter of objection from 47 and 51 McAllister Road. We have the speaker with us.
Yes, hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Jamie Shadletsky, 521 Atlas Avenue, York, Ontario, M6C 3R4. What my clients here have proposed is a typical two-story home, which is comparable to massing and built form in the neighborhood right now, as well as comparable approvals nearby. My clients are an elderly couple. They're in their mid to late 70s, and they're proposing a multi-generational household here. They have significant mobility limitations, which impacted the design. And so one of the variances for driveway width is asking for an extra 0.29 meters or 1 foot. That's so instead of lining up with the garage door, the driveway lines up with the edge of the dwelling to allow for a leveled ground for safe ingress and egress from a passenger side of a vehicle, especially in snowy winters where the driveway is the only part that's cleared. This was sort of the only way to ensure he has extra space to enter and exit the passenger side of a car. For the 0.12 meter height variance, I just wanted to point to an important note, which is that the height to the top of the roof is actually 9.97 meters. There's a 0.12 meter decorative parapet, and that is the extra 0.12 that we have a variance for, and it's only for the 6-inch banding on either side of the roof. In my experience, another zoning examiner might have actually only measured to the peak and would have excluded the parapet, in which case there would be no variance here. But in any event, the 10.12 meter variance proposed is well below recent comparables in the neighborhood, which have been as high as 10.3 meters. For the length and depth variance at 19.86 meters, majority of the dwelling is actually only 17.42 meters in length and depth. We have a breakfast bar rear extension that's only 4.17 meters wide, and that's the reason for the variance. And on either side of that extension, we propose extra wide side yard setbacks to all of our neighbors to reduce impact. And that's about 2 meters on the east side and over 7 meters on the west side. In looking at some planning staff on previous approvals, it seems they've used 20 meters as a metric, which we are definitely below. And there's definitely been a lot of recent approvals where the length and depth have definitely exceeded 20 meters. And because this lot is extra deep in nature at 160 feet, I feel that the impact on the slightly deeper proposed house is minimal, especially as compared to neighboring properties who have had approvals over 20 meters in depth and length on far shorter lots where they're 100 to 120 feet deep. For the requested coverage at 35.82%, the requested variance is well below neighborhood comparables, many of which are over 40%. So I find that the proposal is still in keeping with the prevailing neighborhood built form and massing. And since there are no subsequent required variances for things like side yard setbacks, which we comply with on both sides, rear yard setback, which is over 22 meters deep, and hard and soft landscaping, the impact of this small extra coverage is minimal. And there's ample space for water retention on site. And it reflects appropriate massing and built form for an extra deep lot at 160 feet deep. I'd like to invite any questions if you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a clarifying question. I believe in your presentation, you noted the building length without the bump out at the rear is 17.42. Is that correct? Because I'm just seeing on the site plan, I see 17.43. Is that, can you clarify that we're both reading the same
Yes, let me
correct
clarify.
measurement? Thanks. And while I've got
Sorry,
you,
I'm just going to open up.
yeah, if we can,
Yes.
and if staff can pull up I believe it's on the site plan. I'd also like to confirm the building length of 19.86, which would be inclusive of the bump out at the rear. So we've got 17.4.
Yeah, so you're right. 17.43 is the length and depth without the rear extension, and 19.86 would be the length and depth including that rear extension.
Okay, and then with respect to the height, disregarding the little, call it a parapet, that little detail on the corner, to the height of the main ridge, we're at, I believe, 9.97 meters, you said?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a fair observation to note there with respect to the height. Okay, that's all my questions. Any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the applicant. For the variance number 2, the proposed building length is 19.86 meters. And I would like to, the applicant to talk about how this variance could affect the privacy of the neighbors. And this is one question. And also about that, there are some transportation comments on, there is no objections, but mentioned about that there are some requests there in terms of like demonstrating compliance. There are some conditions there. It's not an objection, but I just want to see if the applicant is aware and what are the comments on these two questions, please.
Yes, hi. So with regards to your question about privacy for the neighbors, just wanted to reiterate a point that I made about the side yard setbacks. So the side yard setbacks of the house already comply, but where we've added this 4.17 meter wide rear extension for like a breakfast area, the side yard setbacks have been further widened. So on the east side, it's 1.98 meters, and on the west side, it's 7.19 meters. On the east side with the 1.98 meters, that property actually already has an additional extension of their own. And I believe that's 17.43, maybe that's where I'd gotten that number. So it's not actually extending much further out than that neighbor's house already exists.
And what are your comments in observation on the transportation comments? There are some no objections, but just want to clarify on this with you.
I don't, and I'm just pulling them up. I'm not sure why I'm not seeing I'm just looking again on the AIC and I'm not seeing the transportation comment.
If I may, Chair, just add, I think the transportation comments really asking for recommending updated site plan.
So I'd like to have some comments, like to ask basically the question is just what are your observations on this? Just want to make sure, and as my colleague mentioned, they mentioned on the comments where it says to update the site plan drawings to show the curb cut and driveway dimensions. Just do you have any comments on this or anything to provide clarification? That's all.
Okay, yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I'm just re-looking at the AIC because I don't actually see the transportation comments. I hadn't seen them before until right now. However, absolutely we'll be updating the site plan to ensure that there are dimensions and width of the proposed driveway, and so that they can take a look at the curb cut for the driveway, and it will comply as required.
Thank you.
If I may, Chair.
Yeah, of course, please.
Just wanted to ask on this, your west elevation shows a balcony on the second floor. I suspect you're going to have privacy issues, overlook issues with your neighbor. Would you be okay with a condition that requests privacy screening to 1.5 meters?
I think they've reduced the size of that, if I'm not mistaken. The size of there's a guard that kind of prevents, but I see they have a guard, maybe it's there for a visual. I know what you mean. They've designed a large terrace, but because they've showed the guard essentially, effectively cutting off that terrace.
I'm not sure which guard you're thinking of,
Yeah.
Chair. They've got a railing, but I can't see privacy screening, which is a bit different.
I'll retract my comment for a moment, but I'd like to hear the answer to your question.
Agent, I don't know if you are in tune with what I'm suggesting.
Yes, definitely. No problem with the privacy screening. Only a small portion of that balcony would be accessible, just to make that clear, but privacy screening is no problem.
And it's just the length of it, not overlooking the back. It's just so that your neighbor doesn't have issues with privacy. I just have two other quick questions. One is your driveway, which is going to be a new one. Would a condition to ensure that the materials you're using are permeable be acceptable? And I have another quick question. And you're going to be having a pool, and you've got a hardscape indicated around the pool. Would that be permeable as well?
I would have to confirm with my clients on what the intended material is there, but I don't see why permeable material would be a problem. I think they would agree it's fine.
Thank you. And I think I'd like to add that as a condition for the driveway particular. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, no questions at this time. Do we have any other speakers on this item? No other speakers? Okay. Okay, if there's no other questions, let's move into committee.
Mr. Chair, I don't have any real concerns with the application. I just suggest that we, if we were to approve it, that we put the condition that the development substantially be built in accordance with the site plan to ensure that the building depth, the variance required for building depth is only for that area of the building where it's shown.
Okay. I mean, I had some concerns about the bump out. I think a lot of times, I appreciate that the applicant has pointed out that they've had an increased setback on the side there to accommodate for the additional length and depth that's being requested. A lot of time when we do see those variances requested, a lot of times they kind of refer to single-story additions. In this case, because the bump out is 2 stories, I take a little bit of pause. I'd certainly be comfortable with it as a 1-story to limit the 19.86 building depth to the ground level only, to help mitigate the massing impact that is brought up by the adjacent neighbors. The driveway, I had a bit of concern with respect to the additional width as well, but I do recognize that the increase being requested there is minor. Generally speaking, I think everything else, I didn't have any other concerns with the application. I don't know if anybody else felt that way with respect to the building depth and the second story.
Mr. Chair, I think that the setback that's proposed to the proposed bump out is sufficient to not cause that concern with the privacy and the overlook. And these are, keep in mind, these are deep lots, so I don't think the massing of this building is going to negatively impact anybody. And the driveway with teeny bit of concern, but there's no request for reduction in soft landscaping, so I don't have a concern.
Yeah, I do recognize both those observations. I think they're both very good observations with respect to the lot depth and the lack of, or the meeting the requirement on the soft yard landscaping. I do recognize that.
I beg your pardon. I wonder if I could contribute to the motion. I think the question of depth and the bump out, I also noticed that I think the proposed structure is pretty well in line with the rear of the neighbor to, I think it's the west or the south side, I think. So I don't particularly have a concern with that at all.
East.
Oh, sorry, east. Thank you. And my colleague has noted that these are deep lots, so I think that's another factor. I would like to ask my colleague if she's okay with my adding on 2 conditions, and one is that the driveway be produced out of permeable materials, which the agent seems to be okay with, and the privacy screening for the balcony on the 2nd floor. I believe it's the west side.
I question with the privacy screening, and the reason is because the applicants actually proposed, I think, and I'm not a zoning examiner, but I think what they've done is they've showed a guard right outside the door of the balcony, which effectively does not, it prevents access to the majority of that terrace, if you look on the plan there. And my concern is just with respect to the size of that terrace, if there was a privacy screen, you could actually, you know, in some cases, these screens do more harm than good because they just add to the massing, right? And given that the balcony is reduced in size already, and that it is kind of served by a bedroom, I don't really have too much concern of oversight and onlook. I think if it was a balcony, a larger, you know, terrace or balcony that was coming off of a more of a public space, a living room or a kitchen, then there may be some more concern there. But I maybe caution the recommendation for the privacy screening for that reason. Do you see, I don't know if we can pull up the drawing that shows there is the terrace itself has been limited by a guard of some sort. If we can pull up the second floor plan as proposed, you'll see that the balcony is, and I think, you know, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not an examiner, but I see the balcony's 3.7 meters square. You can see what they've done there to avoid that variance.
Can I add something, Mr. Chair? I think I can see the limited balcony area on the floor plan, but the elevation shows that the guard is up to the edge.
It does. I suspected there was two guards that they were doing it. It was a visual to have the guard around the. It's always challenging with things like this because it's designed one way, but then, you know, there's an intervention to effectively limit what's actually being built, right? And I frankly, I don't have much assurance, you know, while it's not before us, I don't have much assurance that that is not going to end up being a larger terrace at some point.
Because I think if the balcony was, actually the guard was up to the edge, there would be another variance with the size of the terrace there, but we don't have that variance. It's considered as flat roof.
There's no access, so I would presume that the guard is merely decorative. It's a decorative, it's called an architectural feature. You know what I mean?
Chair, thank you very much.
Yeah, it was, it's because I think we would trigger another, if it's coming off of a small area off of a bedroom and it looks like it's just more of a.
It's not a balcony for recreation, so I think that would be fine. I stand corrected. Thank you, Chair.
So I guess you'd be comfortable removing the recommendation for the privacy screening, but the permit, to your comment, recommendation of the permeable pavers, I think that's reasonable.
Thank you.
Okay, sounds like we might have a motion. Yes? Ms. Casson, do you want to go for it?
I will try. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move a motion to approve this application subject to the transportation services comments, the development substantially being constructed in accordance with the site plan, that the front yard driveway be constructed of permeable pavers. And I think I'm forgetting something, am I?
We don't want to have the elevations on there.
We
Site
could,
plan is sufficient.
is the height increase only on the front elevation? That's why I wasn't sure. Or is it, we could amend it to say substantially in accordance with the site plan and building elevations.
Building elevations. This is with respect to the bump out at the rear. I want to make sure that we're locking that in if that's
okay.
Going to be approved.
Is that clear, staff? All the elevations?
I'd be substantially in accordance with, I think, is.
Yep. 4. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Okay, second by Mr. Byatt. All in favor? Okay. Unanimous? The motion carries. The application is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to item number 8. 17 Ravenhill Road. Purpose of the application is to construct a cabana in the rear yard. We have variances before us for lot coverage and rear soft yard landscaping. On file, I have form letters of support, as well as some letters of objection from 15 Ravenhill and the South Armor Heights Residents Association. Do we have the applicant or agent with us?
Yes. Good morning. It's Glenn Rubinoff, the agent.
Mr. Rubinoff, welcome back.
Thank you.
Your address?
So this is, yeah, my address is 18 Gloucester Lane, Toronto, Ontario.
Thank you very much. Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So this is an application for a cabana, and now it's my client when they built this, they were unaware that there was any permits required for this because it was effectively they built it as an open to sky cabana. Generally, a covered deck with open beams is not really considered a structure. However, when they built it with some what do they call louvers that open and close. So when it rains, they can close it or it's open. So they're movable slats on the roof. As such, it does become effectively a building by definition, even though it's open on the rear and the side. It's just a sitting area, and it's next to their pool. They put a privacy screen on the one side, which to respect the neighbor's privacy, and they spoke to the neighbors. They spoke to a number of neighbors before they built it to make sure that there was some understanding of what they were trying to do. They did bring in, I believe there were 9 letters of support that were submitted. Number 19, next door. Number 11, 9, 16, 10, and 5. Number 20 and 22 Belgrave Avenue, and number 41 Sandringham. So, the other part that they didn't realize with the bylaw was that they had removed some grass and put some turf in. So that turf, by definition, is not soft landscaping. That accounts for about 7.9% of the 10% variance for soft landscaping that you have before you. So it's not as a result of the cabana per se. It's just something that they put in from a maintenance perspective more than anything else. But my client's being transparent with the neighbors from the beginning with the building inspector. They had done renovations with a permit throughout. And this just came up as something, my understanding is the neighbor next door was concerned about privacy. As I mentioned, there is a privacy wall on that side. So they are the distance away, 5 feet from the property line. They also mentioned concerns about drainage, but that's all a garden bed up against it. So it's not like there's hard landscaping on that side. The 2 variances before you are for coverage for the cabana of the basically the 4.6%, and the soft landscaping 40.8, where 50% required. And as I mentioned, they had grass, which they converted to turf, which accounts for 7.9% of that. So that's just a summary of what the application is. It was no, like I said, it was never intended to be something to cause concern. There's no setback variances, there's no height variances. Just simply a sitting area with a partial roof, a part-time roof, shall I say, because of the louvers. However, it does present as a building, and that's why coverage is picked up. And that's our application today. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. Just in reviewing the application material, I noticed that the neighbor at number 15 is requesting some form of landscaping along, I believe, what I understand to be the backside of the proposed cabana. Is that something that you're aware of, or is it something that you've had perhaps discussions with the client as a way to perhaps mitigate or assuage some of their concerns?
Well, my client has done extensive landscaping on the property, including on the neighbor's property, because of when they were doing the renovations in the deck, they wanted to make sure that things were done. The arborist trimmed some trees on their property. They didn't pay for any. My client paid for all of that. They retained the arborist. They paid for their work. The thing is, there is privacy. And it's that wall adjacent to them, so there is no visibility of them sitting there. There is a privacy wall. So if the neighbors choose to put some bushes in and trees, I think that's more on their something that they can do, of course. But we do have soft landscaping on that side, adjacent up to where the wall is. There's no, so it is, as far as privacy, I believe it's been managed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just a couple of questions, if I may. Forgive me if I belabor this one. I hope I won't. One is that the purpose of the application perhaps needs to be reworded, because it's talking about to construct a cabana when one's already in place. So it may be a case of legalizing or
yes.
it. The other question that I had was, I understand you've got this cabana. What materials are at the base of the cabana? Is it a concrete pad?
It's a concrete pad, yes.
Okay,
yes.
so there's nothing that can...
The cabana.
Yeah, so there's nothing that can be done to the base to make it permeable. The other, in line with that same...
No.
Yeah, sorry. In line with the same question, is there somewhere else in the rear yard that you could make some changes to increase soft landscaping somewhere else that maybe hardscapes are currently, so that you mitigate and offset the 40% you're asking for?
Yeah. So my clients are okay to take the turf out and restore it with soft landscaping. That would effectively bring up the soft landscaping from 40.8% to 48.7%, almost in compliance, and that's just by replacing the turf with grass. And they're willing to do that. So it would be a modification to that variance, number 2, from 40.8 to 48.7%.
Sorry to trouble you again, but when you say turf lawn, I take it that's artificial?
Artificial, yes.
So that could be a condition that space would...
Yeah, well, we can just change we can effectively change that to natural, back to grass, and that would effectively bring that almost eliminate the variance. It's just would be 48.7% instead of where 50 is required.
Sorry, you said 48%? 48.6.
48.7.
0.7. Thank you.
0.7. Yeah.
So that could be a condition that could be added, that particular space be turned into your soft landscaping. I think that may make this application a lot more palatable.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Nope. Do we have any other speakers?
Mr. Chair, we have a speaker in person.
Okay, wonderful. Not on the list. And sir, you're here to speak on this item? If you could just come down to the podium, please state your name and address for us. There should be a button there which will turn on the mic.
There we go.
There you go.
Button for mic, yeah. My name is Tim Higgins. I live at 19 Ravenhill. I'm immediately adjacent to this property.
Okay.
The pool area itself is probably the most adjacent to my lot as anybody else. This has been the longest process for this family. The family is, and I loved what it said in the previous thing, multi-generational. They have 2 young kids. They have a brother who has a mental health condition in the house, and grandpa, mom and dad, and the 2 kids. I have been waiting for these to hear these 2 kids swimming in this pool all last summer, all last fall, and they just keep getting strung along and strung along. I hear already that you guys are going to replace, I think I'm hearing, the artificial grass. Why they had artificial grass there in the first place, who knows, to soft grass. Let's do it. The other question is this cabana. And the people who live at 15 Ravenhill are my neighbors. I've known them for many years. I've been on the street for over 25 years. They have a legitimate complaint in the sense that it doesn't look very nice from their place. And I have suggested to the people at 17 Ravenhill, 15 Ravenhill, spend $100 each, put in some cedar trees in there, and move on. And other than that, all we wanted to hear from our point of view is that to let these 2 little kids swim in this pool, it's taken way too long. The applicants have been strung along, and therefore I think the 2 minor variances should be passed. But I know it sounds like you're going to set out conditions, and which seem fair. Let's just get on with this thing and let them swim.
Okay, thank you very much. We should keep you around for other applications as a mediator.
Well, you guys have been very fair so far in all these things.
We try. Thank you very much. Do we have another speaker on this? They're not present. Okay. I will turn it back to the applicant if he has any further words to add. And if there's no other questions, we'll then head into committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would reiterate that this is something that the clients are trying to enjoy their backyard. They do have several generations living there, a family, and of course, would like to resolve this as quickly as possible. But thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, if there's no other questions, we'll head into committee now.
Anybody? I'll take this on, Chair. Thank you. So before us, we have basically 2 variances. And I think the more problematic one was variance number 2. And thanks to the applicants and the owners of the property who have agreed to remove in the rear yard the turf lawn, which is the artificial lawn, and replace it with natural soft landscaping. That would change the variance number 2, the proposed rear yards landscaping, to 48.7 from what if I'm correct. I think given that change can be made, and that'll be the condition that we add to this particular application, I think this would be quite in order. I would approve it. I would move to approve it. The other piece is to change the purpose to read either read to permit a cabana in the rear yard or to legalize a cabana in the rear yard. I'm not sure which would be preferable from Secretary Treasurer's perspective.
Mhm. They'll fix it.
To permit? To legalize. So two items of change, two amendments. One is the purpose, remove construct to legalize a cabana in the rear yard. And variance number 2, a change, the proposed rear yard soft landscaping, it will be 48.7%. And the condition is that the turf lawn in the rear yard be removed and replaced with soft landscaping.
If I may, do you feel that the condition is necessary for the removal of the soft landscaping if we are changing the variance to 48.7? Because I always like to provide the applicant or the homeowner a little bit of latitude to be able to meet those requirements without being restricted to, perhaps. But it seems like that is the obvious revision, given that the yard is so developed, so complete, right?
I think
it seems like
I'd like to leave it that way, and the reason for that is I think the agent has identified that to be the place where
they could make the improvement.
additional
Fair
change
enough.
come from.
Yeah.
And so there's no second guessing subsequently as to where do we get this.
Very good. And I thank you for bringing that up, because I think that's a very good and reasonable amendment or condition to make to bring that variance into conformance with the 4 test.
I think it's always difficult when something's already been put into place. How do you change it? And if there's a way to mitigate.
Yeah. As a substantial increase, I might add. Okay. So we have a motion then?
Sorry, what was your first point? I didn't hear that.
My first point.
No, yours.
Oh.
In the light blue shirt.
Sorry. The first was that the purpose of the, sorry, I don't know if you can hear, the purpose of the application reads to construct, but it's already been constructed. So to change the word construct to legalize it.
Just a technical, we want to make sure there's no hiccups.
You're allowed.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay, so we're in committee now. We've got a motion on the floor. I believe I see a seconder by Mr. Marziari.
Yes.
Okay, that's second by Mr. Marziari. Do we have any, all in favor? Okay.
As amended.
As amended, thank you. So motion as amended, second by Mr. Marziari. Everybody's in favor, the motion as amended with the.
As amended, the two conditions,
Sorry.
go back again.
As amended with variance 2, correct?
Change to
48.7.
Condition of removing the turf lawn in the rear.
Okay, and just to confirm, we've got a second by Mr. Marziari. All in favor? The application is approved. Okay.
Thank
Thank you very much.
We're all kids at heart.
Okay. Moving on to, I believe we dealt with item number 9 earlier in the day, your deferral. So we are on to item number 10, 53 VIEWMOUNT Avenue. The application is to construct a new detached dwelling and a garden suite in the rear yard. Before us, I have variances for building length, east and west main wall height, as well as a number of platforms at or above the 2nd story. On file, I have a memorandum from Urban Forestry. They did cite some concerns with respect to the garden suite, and believe that is it on this one. I believe we had something from transportation as well. I see here. No concerns from no comment from transportation, and I do see the forestry memorandums on file. We have the applicant here with us.
Yeah. This is Hamid Emati. agent from Smart Code 7250 Keeler Street, Unit 296.
Staff, you got that? Yeah. Okay. Okay. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. So let's first talk about the variances. If you go at the page 3, drawing number A0-04 site plan, yes, correct, this one exactly. So the main build, the main wall, front main wall is at the location of front setback, and we have 19 meters from main wall to rear wall. But we have an architectural feature in front of, inside of stair, unfortunately stair, that this is the, for this coming beyond. So the building type is modern, and homeowner wants to look some modern features. The only regarding to this variance, length of building, they consider the planner consider from the architectural feature the side of a stair. This is one thing. The second variance is the height of the main wall. Actually, the existing garage is underground, and we had to raise the garage elevation higher than the road, the street. So that's why we have a variance from the height of building, but we have flat roof here. So our roof peak is the same as the neighbor buildings. The roof peak is not higher, but our main wall is higher because this is a flat roof. And regarding to the third variances, balcony. So this building, this proposed building is a triplex unit, and we have a rear area common between tenants and the owner. So we propose some balcony as an exclusive outdoor area for the homeowner. But we can put privacy screen if we resolve the issue. So this is about the variances. Regarding to the letter from Urban Policy, actually we got the letter last week, no time to communicate with them. But they concern about the garden suite. For garden suite, we have no variances for zoning. But I wonder if we get the conditional approval from this committee, and we can prepare actually the tree protection plan and arborist, and talk with urban forestry how we can get them satisfied, or maybe we can decrease the width of the garden suite, to keep the tree. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much for that. You have any questions at this time?
If I may, Chair, just a couple of quick ones. You've got a front driveway that's going to be constructed. Is that going to be permeable materials, or can we add a condition that that be produced out of permeable materials? That's the first question.
In the driveway, we propose asphalt, but for landscape, no variance for the soft landscape.
No, it's not. It's not soft landscaping. It's just the driveway materials that you use on the driveway, that they be produced out of permeable materials.
Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you. And the other question I had is, I'm just trying to get to the drawing. Bear with me while I find it. It's to do with it's to do with the land. It says, I think it's titled landscaping for the garden suite. Okay, it's A0-12. You've got a fairly large area of. I know you don't have a soft landscaping variance at all, but I was just curious. In the backyard, you've got, it says rear yard hard landscaping. It's a pretty substantial area. Is there some reason for such a large area of hardscaping?
Actually, You mean the existing one?
I don't know.
We
if
have
this-
it.
Can we pull up the landscape
balcony.
plan?
Maybe you refer to them.
Your drawing is A0-12, landscaping area.
What's the drawing number again?
A0-12.
-12. I had a question about the same drawing.
No, not no, because we maintain the rear yard landscaping, but if we want to change it to lawn, I think it is doable.
So it's not an
Is
existing.
the permeable? There is existing, actually, there is existing some kind of a stone landscaping in the rear yard, but we can remove it if it is not allowed.
Is that something you'd be willing to do? To remove the rear yard hard
Yeah,
landscaping?
I can. Yeah, for sure.
As shown in this drawing.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's just that
Yeah, we will
given the needs for drainage, I think having hard landscaping these days is less acceptable. Or,
I understand.
Yeah. Thank you.
I had a question about the
We
same
just
drawing.
try to keep the existing stone, but that's okay. Yes, sure.
I've got a question on the same drawing. It looks like you've identified the deck, which is part of the application, is soft landscaping on that drawing?
The deck is a wood deck. You know, the water can go between decking.
Wooden.
Under deck, it is a soft landscape.
So you've identified it as soft landscaping, but you're referring to the underside of the deck, which I don't think would.
Only one area is a walkout basement that we showed as a hard landscape.
You can't softscape underneath the deck and call it soft landscaping. Well, I'm not an examiner, but we'll get some clarification on that maybe at a later. The variance on the soft landscaping rear or front is not before us, so I'm not too concerned, but I did kind of flag it as question mark as to trying to understand what's going on here. But I presume they were proposing soft landscaping under the deck, which I don't think would qualify, but I think it's a bit of a moot point.
Mr. Chair, I just also want to point out, it's not indicated on the site plan. They don't have that hardscaping area indicated on the site plan, which is what I think the zoning plan examiner would be looking at, not at that landscape plan. I don't know.
Is it really a concern? I mean, if they find out there was an error and they've misrepresented something in the application, the examiner or the building inspector should catch that, and then they would be back here. But I don't think it's a matter before us because we're not approving or making any decision with respect to hard or soft landscaping in the front or the back. Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, right now we're proposing this hard landscape. We have 50% soft landscaping, but by removing that, proposed hard landscaping and consider under deck as a hard, still we should be okay more than 50%.
Okay.
Chair, if I may just ask the agent another question.
Please, yes.
Agent, just another quick question. Variance number 4, you indicate that there are 2 platforms at or above the second story on the rear side of the building. Are those balconies that have overlook? I couldn't quite see it in the drawings. Is there a particular drawing that
you want to see
indicates
that one?
Sorry?
Second floor plan. Let's see. So maybe you can find it in the second floor plan.
Second floor plan, bear with me, I'll get there.
Page A1-05.
A1054 and 5. Yeah, okay, so I see a balcony on the right-hand side of the drawing, which is a south
The
side.
master bedroom, we have about.
Is that the balcony that's at the rear?
Yeah, at the rear, it's related to master bedroom, and in front is in bedroom number 1,
Right.
above the front porch.
So the balcony, on the east side of that balcony, is then a screening for overlook on the property on the other side? Because this balcony looks like a balcony that could be used for sitting out.
Yeah, so your sound is not very clear, but I am assuming you're talking about the rear balcony.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I think we're talking about
The
the
sound is not clear.
rear balcony. It's shown on the west elevation on the second floor. Is that the one we're talking about?
Yeah, second floor plan shows a balcony right off the master bedroom.
Yeah.
And the east side of that
correct.
balcony has an overlook over
Yes.
the neighbor. So I think for that one, you might want to have a privacy screen.
Oh, for sure, we will do that.
Make sense? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, 100%.
I have a clarifying question. It seems like we're just trying to understand, we've got a total of 4 platforms here on one of the variances, and I presume that the examiner is taking into account the platform to the front door, the front entrance as one, on the front elevation. And then I see a small balcony off of bedroom number 3. At the rear, we've got our deck off of the main level, and then we've got a balcony on the second floor. Is that is what we were, when we're talking about 4 different platforms, we're also including the front door entrance as one of them?
The front is not an issue. I don't think it's the rear.
Yeah, most.
But I just want to make sure I'm not missing one, because you don't usually see the front door kind of pad or is
Yeah,
that
the rear
considered as-
deck to first floor is on. Sorry, the deck in the rear side for the first floor, it is almost 2 meters above the ground. Maybe that's why considered as a balcony for the first floor deck.
Or maybe 3 on the back.
Sorry, did you say that that first floor deck is about 2 meters above ground, above grade?
Yes, correct. Yes, because we have internal stairs. Our front is 1.2 meter, but we have interior stairs. So on the rear side of first floor, it is almost 7 foot.
So you might have an issue of privacy from that deck on the west side, not both sides, but certainly the west side, because it's right on close to your neighbor's property. So that one might require a privacy screening as well.
Yeah, for sure. We can put this slide. For sure. Yeah, 100%.
Oh, I think it's set back in that drawing. On the ground level on the west side. But on the second story, it's on the east. It's set back, yeah. Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. We have some other speakers. Staff, we have any other speakers on this item?
We do.
Okay, if we can hear from him. Mr. Glicksman?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you. If you can just state your name and address.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes?
May have, yes, yes, we can.
I don't know if anybody can hear me or not. Yes? Okay. Yes, okay. Okay, good. No, nobody answered. Okay, thanks. Yes, I live at 50 Prue Avenue, so I'm directly to the south of 53 VIEWMOUNT. My questions really were around the garden suites, and I understand there are no variances being requested, but I just had questions about setbacks, height of the suite around, in connection with privacy issues, since it's very close to back of the lot. There are some forestry issues, I understand. I don't know how those are being resolved. But those are really the questions. Again, I don't know that because of no variance.
Okay, we lost him. See if we can get him back on the line. Any luck? Okay. No problem. We need a moment to regroup. A few minutes. It would be helpful. I'm concerned we missed one. Okay. While we're waiting to try to get one of the speakers back on, I'd just like to go back to the applicant if we can ask a clarifying question for one of the members. With respect to the balconies, if the applicant can just take us through. Oh, I see. Okay. We were so close to making being on time. We can. I think we're back now to everybody that is back there with us, hopefully. Where's the fourth? Thought it was the front door, but I'll ask him. And I'm prepared to limit it to 3 because I don't want another balcony popping up. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Do we have a little choppy? I think we can. All right. We have our speaker. Let's try to get him back. Mr. Glicksman.
Hi, sorry, it looks it wasn't muted for me. Is there anything you're waiting for me?
Yeah, we're having some technical troubles. Just bear with us for a moment.
Test.
Okay. Muting them where? On? Okay. Staff have identified some technical issues. We're going to try to work around it to finish up the morning session. Can we try to get the... Oh.
Audio is not going to WebEx, but your conversation that you're having right now, right? Okay. Right.
Maybe it's that.
Someone laptop?
No, still coming.
These are all muted.
Can we check this laptop?
So it's this one. Muted.
And check.
Oh, the actual.
Yeah, the actual connection.
If we, yeah, we gotta pull up the menu at the bottom. And that will give us the options.
No, the one next to bottom.
Yeah, the bottom.
Layout?
There, that's right there.
Testing. Checking.
Okay, I can hear you, Sonic. Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Sonic, can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3. Sonic, can you hear me? You sounded good. Could you hear me? Sonic, can you hear me? Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Check.
Test 1.
Test 1, 1. Sonic, can you hear me? Check, check. 1, 2. You can hear me? I heard some crackling when you were talking. I don't know if that's...
Check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Sonic, are you counting? Count to 30 for me. Sonic, can you hear me? If you can you count to 30? Oh, I think you're muted again. I'm unmuting you.
Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Okay, I think it's
9,
good, Sonic.
10.
Good afternoon. We had some technical difficulties, so we do have 2 items to finish up with the morning session, and then we're going to jump into the afternoon session, just so you guys understand what's happening. I will do my best to keep us on time today because we have quite a packed afternoon and a lot of speakers. Okay, thank you. Just got everybody online? Okay. Okay. So this morning we were dealing with the application for 50 Viewmont Avenue. We had the one of the speakers online before our system went down. Do we have Mr. Glicksman from 50 Prue Avenue with us?
We do, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I'm here.
Great, great. Thank you for your patience.
Okay.
Okay. So the floor is yours.
Okay, I don't know if you heard anything I said this morning. As I say, I'm just really asking about the garden suite. I know there's no variances being requested, so it's not a matter of objecting, but in connection with privacy issues and that, just wanted to know more about the setback from the back lot line, the height of the garden suite. Again, I say it's really in the context of privacy issues. I know there may be some some forestry issues as well in the back of the lot there. So I just wanted to hear a bit more about the garden suite.
Okay, I'm going to allow the applicant to speak to that. I do appreciate you pointed out there are no variances before us for the garden suite, but I will give the applicant an opportunity to answer some of the questions concerning setback, height, and trees for that proposed part of the application.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions for this speaker before I go back to the applicant? No? Can we get the applicant back?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Regarding to the garden suite, yeah, we met the setback and height regarding to zoning. We have one window in bedroom toward to the east. I don't know if Mr. Glicksman on the property number 51, because the window opens to property 51, and the other side that has no window, and just we have window from the living room toward to the rear backyard. That's no privacy for neighbors. And for the I don't know if you want the height of
sure
garden suite, because I don't know why it is not in the document you have. Maybe there is no variance, but I try to find my document.
I think it's noted on the elevation drawings. If I'm not mistaken, I see a 3.5 meter height.
Okay. So if there is no issue regarding to the height, let me check.
I think he just wanted some clarification on that, on those items.
For the height, we have 3.5 to rooftop.
Okay, that's what I see. Okay, thank you. I have a question. There's been some discussion with respect to the variance concerning the number of platforms, variance number 4. It notes that there's 2 platforms at or above the second story on the rear side, as well as the front side. Do you know where can you point out that second platform for us on the front elevation or on the front side of the building? Do you know what the
We have only one.
Well, the
I
notice
don't know,
is,
because we have one in front, one in the back.
I guess the question then is, do you notice that for number 4, the variance is seeking 2 platforms on the front and 2 at the rear? Did you notice that?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, hi. So right now I'm in a hearing meeting with City of Toronto. Can you take me after this one?
I'm sorry? Oh.
So I have 2 hearing meetings at the same time because, in the City of Toronto postponed for technical problem to the afternoon. If you can take me for, in 30 minutes, I wonder. Yes. Yeah. Sorry. Could you, can I answer you because right now I have a presentation in City of Mississauga.
I'm sorry, say again?
I have a hearing in City of Mississauga right now. Yes.
Okay. We're close, but there's a variance they're asking for that's identifying a platform that doesn't exist on the drawings. So I'm just a little reluctant to approve a variance that is not consistent with the drawing. In the variance number 4 notes 2 platforms on the front side, and I only see 1. And I'm inclined. Yeah, so I'm inclined to amend, but I also don't want to create. Yeah. But the variance is permitting 2 balconies on the front. You could have a revision where you have another balcony that we didn't approve. So I'm inclined to accept it as a mistake, but I wanted the applicant to be able to speak to that because I'm inclined to amend variance number 4 for 3 platforms, and noting that there's only 1 platform on the front side of the building. He's in a hearing in
Mr. Chair, sorry, can you repeat that? Which one were you inclined, only because you can't make the variance worse, right? If it's 2, you can't say 3.
Well, variance number 4, variance number 4 notes there's 4 platforms.
So that's the one you want to bring down?
To 3 because the drawings show 3. So if I can't see the 4th platform, he says that doesn't exist. I'm reluctant to approve 4 platforms without it wouldn't, unless the examiner is referring to the front entrance, which I see some head shaking.
So, I mean, if the applicant, I'm not sure yet, is the applicant can talk about this, or just because he's on another meeting? Because it is a good idea to just get the applicant to just clarify this for us.
Yeah.
That's our request.
Because it's going to be on them at the end of the day. We don't have him back for clarification. We stand this.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think out of fairness, the neighbor is still online, so
yeah,
we should see this through.
Yeah. We have the applicant back.
No, we actually.
You have 3. Okay, so you would be okay with amending the variance number 4 for 3 platforms, not 4? Okay. Is the applicant with us? He's in another. Yeah, he is. Sir, are you with us? He's not with us.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. I'm 2 hearing at the same time. You cooperate with me, I appreciate.
I mean, I can stand this item down. I can't. Yeah. Sir, if we've got some questions. If you can't be here with us, we're going to have to move on.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Please, go on.
So just to confirm, there's number 4. You're applying for 3 platforms, not 4. There's only 1 platform on the front side, correct?
Yeah, one in front side. I'm not, because we have one balcony and there is just a skylight. There is like a canopy. There is no platform.
Okay, I think you've answered my question. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, okay. So would you be willing to make that change?
Yeah, talking to me.
Variance number.
Yeah, there is one platform in the second floor, one platform in the front, one platform in the master bedroom. Just 2.
Okay, so you've identified that there's 3 platforms. I'm asking, would you be okay with us amending the variance?
Yes.
For 3 platforms,
Yeah.
not 4.
I'm okay.
You do. Okay, thank you. That's all we needed. If we have any other questions?
Sure.
No? Okay, let's move this into committee. Thank you.
Shall I go for it, Chair? Thank you. Just trying to expedite here. This is going to be an amended application. I think most of the requested variances are reasonable. We do have a certain number of conditions attached to this particular application. One of them are related to the rear balconies. So there are 2 rear balconies, and we would like to see privacy screening on each of them, one of them on the east side, one of them on the west side. The driveway is another condition, that the driveway be produced out of permeable materials. I think those are the 2. There's forestry number 2. And have I missed something there?
And no concern with respect to the building height at 9.06?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, we didn't catch the privacy screening part. So in the variance 4, if that's what was referencing, there's 2 platforms in the front, 2 platforms at the rear.
Right.
Can we if the member can clarify where the privacy screen is part of your condition?
The privacy screening would be at the rear, second floor balcony, east side, privacy screen. Rear deck, west side, privacy screening.
So rear, east, and west.
And did we want to amend the variance to state 3?
And an amendment to variance number 4.
4.
To read 3 platforms, not 4 platforms.
Staff got that?
Just for clarification, do we have a height for the privacy screen?
1.5 meters.
Yep.
And there's a forestry?
It's a standard 1.5.
And forestry?
And forestry forestry number 2.
Forestry number 2. Okay. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Second by Mr. Marjari. Okay, all in favor? Okay, the motion passes, unanimous. Okay, moving on to the last item, number 11, 168 Florence Avenue. Purpose of the application is to construct a new dwelling and ancillary structure. Variances for front and rear main walls, as well as lot coverage. On file, I have a staff report from community planning, letters from 167 Johnston Avenue, and form letters from 158, 170 Florence Avenue. We have the applicant with us. Mr.
Yes,
Rubinoff?
good afternoon. It's Glenn Rubinoff again.
Hello, Mr. Rubinoff. Thank you for your patience.
No worries.
Okay.
should I do a little presentation here?
You guys need a full
So
presentation on
we
it?
have,
Just give us a moment.
sure.
I don't think we need a full presentation. I have some questions just with respect to the side main wall height. I know there were some recommendations that came through, and yeah, perhaps you can speak specifically to that variance.
Sure. We actually have a document we provided. It's one of the supporting materials is the front elevation wall. Yeah, that one there, the brown, with the brown on it. If you can zoom in there.
I see
so
that, yeah.
I just want to outline what the impact is. If you see the dotted line on the front there on the outside perimeter, that's the bylaw. The bylaw allows you to project out to that extent, but it has an eaves trough, which is lower. What we're proposing is a parapet wall. So the wall, the actual roof is actually inset from that outside dotted line. So the impact is actually less on the neighborhood than what the actual compliant bylaw projection is with the roof. What we're proposing here is 8.56 meter height for the parapet wall, which goes around the house. It's something that if you look at the area map, we also provided an area map in the area. I can point to 6 or 7 different properties where the height has been granted at on Florence itself. There's 128 Florence is at 8.49. 119 Florence is 9.64. There's 175 Florence across the road at 8.53. 191 Florence at 8.42. So I know the city planning wrote a report and recommended a reduction. But overall, we've gone and talked to both neighbors. So the two green dots on the map there are the immediate neighbors who are in support of this application. They have no concerns with it. And we feel that they are the most affected by this. And they themselves understand that the shadowing and such would be less with what we're proposing than what the compliant bylaw would put into effect. I think that we've been thoughtful with this design. We have looked at what the neighbors have done in the area, and we do feel that this is a minor variance for wall height. It's because of the fact that the roof is set in that it's not projecting out, because parapets are just straight up from the wall. They're not projecting out. And the roof itself is sloping, but it's set in to where the wall is. So we feel that offsets the impact that perhaps planning staff were concerned with. They do acknowledge that more height is generally approved in the area, but I'm just pointing out that there's several on the street and even across the road, which are around the same, for instance, 175 Florence, right across the road is 8.53. And these are built homes that fit into the neighborhood. So those are my points I wanted to make. Thank you.
175 is a recent approval?
Yes, it's a recent approval.
And the difficulty
and we're just
the difficulty with these are without seeing an elevation drawing of 175, it's sometimes it's hard because you don't know if the side main wall or the front main wall height is only applying to a portion of the structure or it's applying to the entirety of it. So I hope you can understand from our perspective, in dealing with this or the immediate context, it does become a little difficult in that respect.
I do understand. We are complying with the overall height, just to point that out. We're not looking to project beyond what the height bylaw allows. It's the wall height. And to be honest, a lot of the issues that we've had with the city have been related to the design of the home, related to the style of the home. I mean, wall height is somewhat, I would consider it architectural control in some ways, when we're not dealing with overshadowing as a result of it. Overall height impacts are bigger factors with this, but this is just wall height. And it is integral to the design of the home. My client's lived in the area for many years. He's built many homes. He's never had complaints. And he actually went next door to both sides and showed them the drawings, said, this is what we're planning to do. And they were both supportive. I think we did submit a few photos of some of the homes in the area as well. But yeah, no, I do understand your point though about it doesn't, unless you see the specific house, it's hard to relate. But wall height is really, you are permitted, by the way, just to clarify, you are permitted the full width of the house at that height, at the front and at the back. It's because it's a parapet that goes around the side. That's why there's a variance that's drawn up. But it's still a full roof. It's not a flat roof. It's just like I said, it's the wall height.
We have a question from one of my colleagues.
Just a comment. I have actually a question as well. Would I be correct in interpreting the numbers for the wall height and actually what you've presented in the front elevation as an architectural detail?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Exactly. Yes.
Thank you very much.
I have a clarifying question. You noted that the front and the rear were within the as of right, but I think what you meant to say was the side. Is that correct? Because the variances are for the front and rear. So you're saying that the side is.
So the way the bylaw is written is the front and the rear can be 100%. There's no restriction on the wall height. But the sides would be required to be 30% of the wall would be permitted to project beyond the sidewall height. But because we're a parapet all the way around as an architectural feature, that's what gets the variance to happen. So front and rear could even be higher. They could go as high as the roof itself. But it is an architectural feature that goes around the house. But front and rear by right could be exactly like this. It's because of the fact that it wraps around. And it's integral to the design of the home for the client. He really wanted to project this, not have it just kind of stop and not fit in. It's something part of the architecture of the home.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for the applicant. I appreciate your explanation in terms of the height, and I'm having some thought on this, which is according to the staff report. I'll just read that again, and I just want to know if the applicant is open to what is the response, and would they consider what the staff report said. So when I read this, just to point it out, staff conducted a review of the neighborhood character and review of recent Committee of Adjustment approvals for wall height in the area and found 8 meters or less would be consistent with the area. So I'd like to just give you that opportunity to share your thoughts in terms of if you'll be willing to follow this recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments. When we first approached this, we did the research request to see what was recent in the area. And a lot of the decisions that came up are the ones that I've shown on the map here, which exceed 8 meters. 8 meters is, for some reason, something that staff have quoted on before, but I don't know of any that are at 8 meters. I know that there's a variety. There's some as high as a 9.64, which I think is obviously That is probably one of those ones where the peak goes up to the top of a window. It's probably a feature. But there are many modern style homes in the area. And the problem is it starts to affect the ceiling height and sloping inside, which can have an impact on the qualitative elements of the home. My client, I did speak to my client about any further reduction with regards to this. And he's okay if I were to bring it down to 8.45 meters. He could still maintain the integrity of what the feature would look like and the design. But going below that, it starts to impact on the overall features in the home that he was hoping to achieve.
Okay, well, thank you.
So
I
for
guess-
1 and 2.
Yes, I think, sorry, to understand you correctly, you mentioned you spoke with your client, and the amount that your client wants to stay on is 8.45. That's the final answer that I'm just...
Yeah, that's
okay.
That's what I'm good at, yes.
Thank you. I got my answer. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think it's a formal change. I think it was just an answer to address some of the concerns from my fellow member. Any other questions for the applicant? I mean, I do have some concerns with respect to the overall height on this one. I mean, I'm trying to be, while I appreciate that both neighbors on either side are on side with it without concern. I am concerned from a street wall perspective, just also given the fact that, on the one half of this elevation, it is packing in 3 stories. And it is the nature of the house would require this building height to carry all the way around the building opposed to just on one section. So I have some concerns with respect to building height as well.
So you mentioned overall height. It's not
Not
the
over.
overall height.
Sorry,
Overall
I'll
height is
correct
combined.
myself. Side main wall height. Not overall height.
Okay,
side
understood.
Main wall. Okay. Any other questions? And just to confirm, we don't have any other speakers on this item? No other speakers. Okay. If there's no other questions, are we prepared to head into committee? Yes? Okay. So thank you very much, sir. We're going to go into committee now.
Thank you.
Thoughts, Mr. Fazeli?
My thought, well, now that we're in committee, we're talking about this. I think that the building height, this is something that I have my concerns on this. I'd like to hear the rest of the panel members, and then I guess maybe we can have a motion on this.
Before reading staff comments, I flagged height on this as well. I think in a lot of cases, I mean, there are instances where you have a building directly adjacent where the cornice or the cornice line of the street carries over. In this case, I'm not satisfied that there will be I'm concerned about the adjacency to the neighboring building. I appreciate the parapet detail. I'm a fan of good design. I'm not satisfied with the argument of little bit of that it's going to have to change the design when I see that there's 14 feet on the main level. I think a 13-foot ceiling would be more than in order to satisfy the test. I just don't see. I can understand where applicants are trying, and you've got. For example, on the other side, I see there are some limitations with respect to height, but I also see a little bit of room to improve that variance to address your concern. Question is how much? I don't know if maybe other members have some thoughts about the height.
I have a question for you, Mr. Chair. Does the 8.49 that was discussed, would that alleviate, 8.45, sorry, alleviate some of your concerns?
I mean,
It's only 9 centimeters lower.
I mean, it's certainly better, but an 8.49, I mean, we're talking about a difference of 0.07 meters. I don't think that really offers anything.
So correction, it's 8.45. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
8.45. It's a dilemma.
Chair, if I might just throw in my 2
Please,
cents.
please, yes.
This does present a little bit of a dilemma in the sense that I understand the applicant has indicated really, agreed with me that my perspective is that the architectural detail, because the roof line doesn't change, it's compliant. It's the parapet wall detail that we're talking about. I also appreciate the staff report that asks for a 8.0 height.
Right.
My thinking would be an 8.0 height would alter a great alteration in the design of the building. So I think that may be asking a bit too much. At the end of the day, the small change that the agent has indicated, it's possible I believe it would be a 0.11 difference, slightly lower. I don't think it makes a huge difference. I am not convinced that this is necessary to reduce to 8.0 given the design of the house.
Right.
I think we might just be making a mountain out of molehill. So I'm inclined to leaning towards the support of the application rather than denying it.
Okay, thank you. At the proposed height of that's on the public notice.
56.
8.56. Yeah.
As requested.
Review of the recent.
You want to put it?
Like me to? Yeah, I
go for it.
I'd be quite happy to move a motion then to approve the application as presented. I don't believe there are any conditions that I can see. The planning condition, I think, may be too extreme, so I would not include that.
Just to clarify, so about the motion, you mean that you keep the 8.56 meter the same way it is?
Yes.
I see. Thanks for clarification.
Do I have a seconder?
Yes, I second that. But can we add since the applicant agreed to lower it to 8.45, can we add that as a condition?
Well, we would amend the variance.
Amend the variance.
So we've got a motion on the floor. I'm going to go back to Mr. Byatt and ask if would you like to keep that motion as put forward on the floor? Would you consider amending the height to what the applicant offered at 8.45?
Yeah, no, I think that would be perfectly fine. I think
provided, yeah.
Yeah, the agent has indicated that that's feasible.
Okay.
And I think if he's been amenable to that, I think that would be fine.
I would feel more comfortable as well. I would say I do have some concerns with respect to the height, and I've seen these houses. I know this typology, and I know it straddles a fine line sometimes between with respect to fit, you know. And I think I want to make sure that this is something that enhances the streetscape rather than kind of stands out. So I think just, and also given the fact that I don't have the direct adjacencies on an elevation, it's hard to understand, right? Is some of the intricacies too with respect to the heights that were presented, they're manifest in a different way sometimes in application. Sometimes it's on a side main wall, sometimes it's on a portion of a gable, sometimes, you know, unless we have a more thorough understanding, I'm uncomfortable at the 8.56. So I would support that amendment if you're okay with that.
I think that's quite reasonable.
Okay, so staff, we have do we need to go through the motion again?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
I'd be more comfortable. So the way I hear it, the member motion is to modify the two variances to whatever number you propose.
Do you want to have a, yeah.
Would you like me to restate the motion? Would that be easier? Okay. So I'd like to move a motion that we approve the application with amendments to variances number 1 and 2 to read that the proposed height of the rear and front exterior main walls be 8.45 meters.
Okay.
I second that, Mr. Chair.
We have a seconder. All in favor? Okay. All opposed? Mr. Fazeli opposes. The motion is approved. Okay, thank you. That concludes our morning session. Thank you very much. Okay. So for those tuning in right now on YouTube, we're going to head into our afternoon session. So I've been told by staff that that morning link will now end, and we will have a separate link for people to tune in on YouTube to the afternoon session. So just keeping that in mind. As staff, do we have any changeover on the technical side we need